A very good evening to one and all as we welcome you to Skinner Park in San Fernando as 360 TV's live coverage of the Luces Brothers Memorial Cycling Classic for 2025 is all set to go. And as you could see on the infield, some of the riders just getting themselves into position as they get ready for the first events. We will have qualifiers for the 500 for these youngsters, and it's a race that many of them looking forward to. We also have the Keirin qualifiers that is coming up in a short, as many of these riders, some of whom would have just represented Trinidad and Tobago at the Nations League event, and they're here to continue with their 2025 program. But of course, a lot of the emphasis would be on the youths, and that's because the Luces brothers really spent a lot of time nurturing and developing the young talent, not just in the Rigtech Sonics Cycle Club, but throughout South Trinidad and by extension all of Trinidad and Tobago. So involved with these two, and it's only fitting that the club like Rigtech Sonics, for whom they've spent probably most, if not all, of their cycling lives, would have really been able to nurture and support and develop some of these youngsters. We just had a brief address from the president of the federation on the club. So it's just a situation where the official program, it's a very short one, to officially start proceedings here, and now we're getting ready for the start of a program that is very involved, not particularly long, but one that will see the 500-meter heats, the Keirin qualifier finals, 6 cyclists, male and females, and of course 1.5 laps is where they're going, and then of course we'll have the under 13 heats, and the ladies, seniors and juniors going 3 laps. So that will be the first bit of action that we will get on the track here. So once again, welcome to 360 TV's coverage of cycling, more cycling. We've been doing this now for the last 3 or 4 years, and of course with Easter coming up, well, you know that is Grand Prix season, but also Trinidad and Tobago will be hosting the Carifta Games, both the track and field as well as the swimming. So a lot of activity around that Easter time, and of course, like I told you, Easter time with the Easter Grand Prix is normally the one that takes pride of place. So you will find a lot of our riders, our athletes being heavily involved in some form of activity, competing either for their clubs, and in the case of the Carifta, at least competing for their country, as we're getting ready to welcome quite a number of regional stars, age group stars from the various countries, and they will be here for Carifta, like I said, both track and field and swimming. And of course our young cyclists will be looking forward to the annual Easter Grand Prix. And I know that also Fire on Wheels is also set to come off in 2025, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they've moved up a category as well. So there's quite a bit to look forward to there with these riders. So we're looking at the far side, where we have several riders who are getting ready to face the starters. This will be the 500 meters. The sprint is essentially 1.5 lap of Skinner Park here in San Fernando. Not too long ago, Skinner Park would have been the beehive of activities for several cultural events during the carnival season. The Calypso Fiesta, of course, taking pride of place. The Chutney Soca final would have been also held here at Skinner Park in San Fernando. And one or two other outstanding events here as well. So this venue, of course, the return of Skinner Park is, of course, very much appreciated and welcomed by not just sport lovers, but cultural activists and cultural lovers and the like. So it's a venue that has a special place in the hearts and minds of several. And with it being back after it was down for refurbishing for quite a while, for it to be reopened and available to host events is something that a lot of people are very appreciative of, not the least, of course, the DC young cyclists who you're going to see here today. Here we go in the 500 meter, the first group of riders. So they'll pass the start-finish line first up, and they'll get bell now, and here they go. Arriba Wheelers leading the charge. And this is obviously one of those events where it's going to take some doing to catch up. And here they come now, heading to the line comfortably. Arriba Wheelers making it through. So the first group of riders making it through quite comfortably in the end. And they obviously would be hoping to be among, since there were just, 5 of them involved there. The next group of riders will be hoping to join the top 3 from this group, together with the top 3 from the first group to join the second group. So we see in the next group of riders just getting to they're getting under the starting orders. For a moment I thought it was just going to be 2 or 3 of them, but it seems as if they're allowing everybody to go in this second group. So we just had James from Arima Wheelers showing his capabilities there. Zion Polido of Rictech Sonics is set to headline this group. Sidel Samaru of Valkyries. Liam Trepte, another one. Troy Nelson of Madonna Wheelers. Jaden Neves, Raiders Multisport. Of course, Madonna Wheelers, another club involved here, but here we come quickly now. As they come for the bell, Polido has some work to do, but he is so strong. He's riding in second place right now, but just sort of biding his time, it looks like. Can he come over the top here now? And he's just easing off a little bit now. Can they come over the top and take take first place. This is going to be tight here, coming to the line, and the line coming much too quickly for the others. But I get the impression Polido is just biding his time to qualify and didn't want to go too fast, to put out too much energy too soon, if you know what I mean. Which makes sense. So I think they will send us the list of qualifiers for the Keirin event coming up later on. But right now we have the youngsters coming to the line on the near side. So the youngsters are on the line. Several of these, this is where a number of our top riders would have gotten their starts in the sport of cycling as BMXers, or youth development as it's called. So Gregory Dandrade is the man who is trying to make sure he's the official starter today. He's trying to make sure that everything is A-OK. The race commissaire trying to carry these youngsters through, make sure that they develop good habits, obey the rules at all times, including getting into their holding bay ahead of their respective events. And that helps, of course, to keep the program running smoothly. So Mr. Dandrade just giving their final bit of instructions. I think there's 6 of them. Here they go. So these look like the under 13 boys. They're often flying. So here they go on the outside, coming hard. But of course, nice weight, and Rick Texonics trying to get up there. Vaporwave Multisport also featuring in there. So we're getting ready for heat number 2. So quickly seeing these youngsters, they live for this. They don't want to miss a race, so they are anxious to get to the line. As soon as their numbers are called or their names are called, they don't waste time at all. In fact, we always say they dream of this. They get up early in the morning. The event starts at 5 in the evening. They're up at 5 in the morning getting ready to go. And some of them live just a stone's throw away from Skinner Park. They could walk to the park, some of them. So this is just a one-lap event for these youngsters. Yeah, we've seen a lot of them using the road by Brian Lara there, getting themselves, in fact, they hold a number of events there for them as well. So here goes the second group of youngsters off and racing. Vapor Wake going up on the outside and bolting down the back straightaway. So here we go, and this is going to be a tall order to catch up. Almost as if he put up his hand to celebrate from a long way out, and coming screaming on the outside there. It looked like Madonna Wheeler's almost getting up there for second. So we had those two U13s. Now we have the under 7s and the under 9s getting ready to face the starters. And this is, right now the results are not that important. As a parent, all you really want is, first of all, you want your child to have a safe trip, and you want them to enjoy the experience of racing. And but also you want them to just to have fun, go out there, do their best, win or lose. It really doesn't matter at this age. All you really want them to do is to understand and experience what it's like to actually race, and to, as they say, to be able to successfully complete the event and get ready for another one coming up later on. Like I said, they live for this, so they anxious to do this. So we're looking at our female riders on the line. So we have another 6 riders. Vapor Wake well represented. Arima Wheeler is also represented with 2. Richter Sonics in there. There's 7 of them. So of course, women's cycling is obviously becoming a little bit better, getting stronger, some of these riders, as they grow up in categories. A lot of them would have been BMXers, and now they are riding, as they say, among the big boys, juniors or elite ladies. So when they come back, they'll see 2 laps to go. They're not really racing, they're just taking their time coming around. So nobody has jumped the gun as yet. Everybody's just saving energy. Just kind of getting their legs warmed up. So when they come back, they'll see 1 lap to go. And hopefully then we'll get the sprint going. So here they come for the bell. So here goes the junior ladies. They get the bell. Arima Wheeler is well poised here in second and third. Can they come over the top now? Rick Texonics just clobbering everybody right now, closing quickly. And there's a little room on the inside, and Arima Wheeler's screaming coming to the line, but they're not going to catch Vaporwake. It might just be Kyra Williams getting up there. So some of the tiny mites now getting ready to get to the line. So Shamika Hoyt of Vaporwake was also involved there. So we've seen these youngsters doing their one-lap event. So looking at these youngsters here. U development, seven and under, male and female, boys and girls, they race together. Here they go, 5 of them, 1 lap, so they get the bell immediately. And well, there is a handicap, so there's a rider way out in front, but he's being gobbled up quickly. And the others are now pushing as hard as possible. This could be close. Rick Texonics closing here. Rick Texonics is going to win this one. Let's see. No, said Vaporwake, not today. Just wake it up. Vaporwake trying to get 1 and 3. And they will do so. Rick Texonics also finishing nicely. And then another youngster who had the handicap is coming in to thunderous applause, finishing the race. This is all part of what this event is about, so that they don't get discouraged, but they get the appreciation from the spectators. So the under 9 girls are getting ready now. So we're looking at the under 9 girls. So here they go quickly now, the under 9 girls, speeding away. Rictech Sonics. And this is going to be just a Precious Sunilal. This could be a Rictech Sonics 1-2, but trying to upset that. Flying coming around there, doing very well. Madonna Wheelers. Salome Bailey of Madonna Wheelers is the one who crashed the party for Rictech Sonics. So look at how quickly the youngsters are running to the line. They obviously anxious. To get their race started. Of course, the parents and coaches are just as excited for them. So here we go now with the official start, and here they go. These youngsters quickly, look at speed to start this event. Hopefully they'll have something to come home with. And just moving. Flying coming through. And Arima Wheelers taking no prisoners here. Like Lowell doing it well, of course. Also sharing the honors there from Vaporwake. Darren Prince filling in second place there. So these riders obviously showing good ability from a very early age. So now we go to the under 11 girls, 1 lap event. And here we anticipate the likes of Anne-Marie Rackbearer from Arima Wheelers, Zariah Alexander from Madonna Wheelers, as well as Ashley Suhan. Lashane Niblet, Joel Francis and Melody Ramsing of Rictech Sonics. The others from Madonna Wheelers. So Madonna Wheelers well represented there. So here they go. Waiting on a little bit of instruction, so they're at the ready. And immediately they get the bell. Arima Wheelers a little bit slow in getting out of the blocks here. Aidan Goss here. Or rather, Anne-Marie Rackbear. But the others are speeding away and going very well indeed, very early in this one. And smoking the field literally is the Madonna Wheelers, Rictech Sonics filling second place there with Melody Ramsing coming in second, but a big event there for Madonna Wheelers Cycle Club. So the boys are speeding to the line. Under 11 boys. Keirin Julian from Madonna Wheelers in there. Also in the mix, Luke Lowell, Jeremy Boodoo, Aidan Garcia from Arima Wheelers on the inside, or on the outside rather. Vapor Week also represented in there as well. So again, the youngsters are getting their final bit of instructions. We live here at Skinner Park in San Fernando for the Luces Brothers Memorial Cycling Classic 2025. As these youngsters get the bell, and there they go. This is a one-lapper, and boy, are they racing. From bell to finish, this is down to board, as they say, as they go up the back straightaway. Doing all the hard work. 1, 2, 3. Vaporwave, Rictech Sonics, and Arima Wheelers getting over the line there. Tariq Guevara and Luke Lowell, and of course Madonna Wheelers also in the mix. So they continue with the action here now. The under 13 girls. So we could see as the sun leaves us here at Skinner Park, see more and more patrons coming in, coming to enjoy an evening of cycling. This San Fernando, of course, is a hotbed of cycling, and a lot of parents and family and friends come to support. So here we go. The under 13s are off and running, boys and girls. And going up that back straight there, moving very nicely indeed. From Arima Wheelers, Rictech Sonics still trying to get up there, but that was another close one. Annalise Watson and Maya Ballantyne from Madonna Wheelers and Rictech Sonic, respectively. One of the more exciting races of the lot so far, and we anticipate we'll see a lot more like that. So the under 13 boys So they will no doubt be very interested in collecting their prizes a little bit later on. That's the icing on the cake for a lot of these riders. So the under 13 boys final, they're the ones on the line now. Rion Shepard is in there. Sakiri Hawaii Diet. Durrell Samuel is there. Kai Hercules of Rictech Sonics, 293. And 239 also in there. Liam McNish of Madonna Wheelers. And rounding out the field, Rion Shepard of Rictech Sonics is one of the emerging stars. Boys under 13. This is all part of youth development for the Cycling Federation. And the various clubs are encouraged to nurture these youngsters. All of the clubs put a heavy emphasis on this particular category, this age group, these different age groups, so that they will have a continuous flow of talent, emerging talent. As I say, once the bug bites you at this age, this is where you develop a love for the sport and you want to carry on. So here we go. And the boys under 13 final, and immediately a nice break on the inside, but here goes Arima Wheelers. Sakiri Hawaii Diet, but racing, speeding away there right now. Rion Shepard of Rictech Sonics is blazing away, and this is a sprint to the finish here now for second place. Sakiri Hawaii Diet just might have gotten up there just ahead of Vaporwake. And Durrell Samuel is also in the frame, so another interesting race, but no doubt about the man out front. Showing real capabilities there. Rion Shepard of Rictech Sonics at the top of your screen there. So now we have the Tiny Mites and Juvenile ladies coming to the line. So we see Maria Martinez, Krista Maria Julian, Tyra Tit, Melina Lopez, Vicry's CC Marina Lopez, Krista Marie Julian of Madonna Wheelers, together with Maria Martinez of Madonna Wheelers. Kylie Young, also Madonna Wheelers. Rictech Sonic also represented. Yeah, so it's a 3-lap event for these riders. 10 of them facing the starter. And this is a 3-lap event for Tiny Mites and Juvenile ladies. So 10 of them pushing off from the wall or from the railing. So as we've seen, as we've come to expect, on very few occasions we'll see somebody biting the bullet and trying to set the pace early. A lot of times they just kind of sit and wait for somebody else to do the heavy lifting, as they all try to save their legs for later on in the game, in the race. So there are 2 laps to go. When they come back, they'll get the bell. And now we're seeing some kind of movement. So there they go, they get the bell. And trying to steal a march there. Hoping to maybe catch everybody out there from the Raiders. But this is going to be a fight here now, coming hard, coming over the top. Madonna Wheelers, Vaporwave, Rictech Sonics to the line. So a good finish again, timing it to perfection there. Madonna Wheelers. So again, the Tiny Mites and Juvenile ladies, they're encouraged to hold on to their handlebars at all times. So now we have the Tiny Mites getting ready for their 3-lap event. So this is another 3-lap event for the Tiny Mites male. Shane James from Arima Wheelers. Adiosi Lewis from Evolution. Tyler Lafoucault, Hummingbird International. Jonathan Henry from Rictech Sonics. Elijah Green Jr. So out front goes Shane James of Arima Wheelers, and trying to see if he could really split things up here as quickly, but here they come fast now, closing in on him. Elijah Green Jr. just getting within striking distance. And easily they were able to rope him in quite quickly. When they come back, they'll be coming back for the bell. Now, who has the legs here now to keep going? Because it's almost like you're going to sprint twice in this one race. They've already done a sprint, so now they're trying to eyeball each other. Here they go. Elijah Green Jr. starts his push for home. Who is going to catch him? That has not been an easy task in the last 2 or 3 years, and it looked like it's going to be more of the same from him yet again. Elijah Green Jr. speeding away. Second place is going to be a tight one here. So again, another solid race. We had an attempt at a breakaway early, but once they were able to rope him in before they completed the second lap, it wasn't going to be that difficult. And once Elijah Green got his nose in front, that was going to be it. Now we have what we tell you that they look forward to, probably more than the racing, is receiving the awards, getting on the podium. And that's validation of their efforts. A proud moment indeed. So this is where they receive their prizes for the races earlier. These are the under 7s picking up their awards. So the under 9 girls are also receiving their awards. Another proud moment for them. And when you look at them, they have all the mannerisms of their elders, of the older ones. They're encouraged to raise their hands together. And there we go. Just like the big boys and big girls do it. And these are photos that they will treasure for years to come. Sometimes you're not sure who is the prouder of the two. Is it the parent or is it the child? Because the parents are sometimes they're beaming with pride when their offspring can make the podium. And that just makes everything worth the while, worth the expense, worth the effort to get up early, prepare meals for them, or get them up early to go to training, to drive them, to time them, to speed test them, whatever is required. Parents always go that extra mile for these youngsters. And then this is the moment that they can really say, yes, it's worth it, when they see them climb the podium. And it gets even better when some of these youngsters go on to represent Trinidad and Tobago, be it just the Caribbean Games, the Pan American Games, the World Championships, or the Olympic Games. Well, that's the cherry on top. When they can get to the Olympics, as in the case of Tennille Campbell to represent Trinidad and Tobago on the European circuit, riding with some of the best riders in the world in road racing, including the Tour de France Femme. So here you look at some of the future female stars of local cycling. could not have asked for better conditions here. It's nice and cool. So there they are, the winners. So we have the 500 final getting ready on the far side. The riders are at the ready. So remember, it's 1.5 laps. This is going to be fast. Ryan Polido is in there. Liam Trepte. These are the fastest riders in TNT. Well, among the fastest riders, because the big two are not here. But these are there. There they go to start things off. And quickly, Ryan Polido looking for who is to come. And this is going to be very interesting here now, because there is a separation, but there's still, like Rima Wheeler's screaming going down that back straightaway. He's coming over the top. Can they deny him? He is coming, and he's coming fast. There goes Rima Wheeler's over Rick Texonic. So Rima Wheeler is taking that one. It looks like it's a Donnell James who was really rotaring there. So really smoking the field there, showing his capabilities. So these riders certainly showing that they're ready for proceedings, coming hard. So again, yeah, Zion Polido was second there. He couldn't hold it because Donnell James came screaming over the top. But it really was an interesting race, because for a moment there, when the top three separated, you say, well, they might be the ones who would dispute first, second, and third, but it wasn't to be. As the youngsters had other ideas. We have another group of riders taking off. So some of the junior men. The junior men and elite 3 riders. Oh, these are the juvenile riders, who are on the line, who are racing right now. Some of the next wave, these are the ones who've not too long ago stepped out of the BMX category. There they take bell, and was blazing away there. And the juveniles going hard there, vapor wake. Can they catch him? Nobody's going to catch him right now. He seemed to have this all sewn up. In fact, he's set up and he's going to be passed. Well. He sat up way too early. And he thought he had it. And he might have just held on. But boy, he came under enormous pressure, especially on the inside. It's a lesson there to finish the race before you start the celebrations. So again, a lesson for all young riders there. Try and finish the race. Christian Nelson from Vapor Wake almost got beaten at the line there. He might have just held on, but it wasn't easy for him. Maurice Lopez came very hard at him. From Valkyries and Elijah James. So good racing, but of course it's one of those cardinal errors that riders can make. And that could very well be the difference between first and second. Now look at the finish. We're not quite sure who actually won the race from there, but from this angle, but it was very tight indeed. And there are the Luces brothers. Kent and Noel. So as more of these youngsters receive their prizes, so there is really nothing between the two riders. I don't know how they're separating the two of them on the line there. Elijah James fell in third place there. So we have another 6 riders at the line now. So these are the juniors doing their 3-lap event. Matthew da Costa Hines. So here they're setting themselves up. They're coming for the bell though, but they're racing hard. So they come for the bell. Things change quickly now. As here we come quickly, Gabriel Fortune. Rushing to the line, they're riding unattached. Gabriel Fortune in the white jersey. So they really timed it very well indeed. Didn't panic when the rush started, but he just got himself into position. So now we have another group of riders, well, not a large group. Elite 3 riders. John Guillaume Sutim, Sanjeev Sunilal, and Josiah Williams. Just taking their time, not really hotting it up too much just yet. Sunilal from Rigtech Sonics just eyeballing the other two in front of him. So now they come for bell. So this could be just as you were, because it looks like nobody is trying to make a move yet, or at least they're trying, but they're not having much success as the push for home starts. And it's so Sanjeev Sunilal and John Guillaume Sutim from Madonna Wheelers there, but Josiah Williams, Valkyries, showing the way. And started off in front, stayed in front, the others couldn't come around. So now we're getting categories 1 and 2 riders featuring in a 9-lap event. So the races 13 and 14 have been merged. So, but although they'll get separate prizes, so if you're a category 2 rider, you could win your category. And if you're a category 1 rider and you win the race, even if you're second to a category 2 rider, you could still win first place in your category. So should be very interesting to see, one, how many riders actually come to the line. So we're looking at 5 riders, categories 1 and 2. Liam Trepte is in there. Raiders well represented. Sidal Samaru of Valkyries also in the mix. Kobita has a number of riders participate in that 500-meter sprint, so quite a number of them have opted out of this race. But this really would have been the category that many of them would have taken part. So this is a category 1 and 2 riders. A 6-lap event, they made it, so they have 5 to go, and we have one rider deciding that he had had enough. So Jaden Neves of Raiders, multi-sport. Showing the way now, can the others close the gap? Liam Trepte, kind of like in no man's land. He wants to connect, but he's not getting any help. So Jaden Neves still continues to lead this race. So the others trying their best to kind of rope him in. Lindell Samaru of Valkyries not making much of an impression. In fact, so Jaden Neves from Raiders continue to lead, and he's coming to win this event. A fantastic ride indeed. Leon Trepte could only finish in second place. And George Colado of Valkyries finishing in third place over the line. So a comfortable victory for Jaden Neves. And now we're getting ready to another category that is much anticipated. This is the Masters category. And we have probably the most competitive age groups actually merged together. Masters 40 to 49 and 50 to 59. And they will do a 6-lapper. Again, you could win top prize in your category, but both 40 to 59 and 50 to 59 will be racing together. But 2 sets of prizes. And I would imagine the officials will know who is registered in which category, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle to separate them, especially if the numbers are small. So we have just 4 riders in this category. Not a particularly large group. I remember there were days when you say 40 to 49 and they were like, you had to like split them up into groups of 2 heats. And quickly putting his wheel to the front. Colin Wilson showing his speed there, the man from the Braves, the Gene Samuels club. So Colin Wilson continues to lead. And also just holding their own, Marlon Joseph and Ansel Roberts, but it's Colin Wilson who continues to lead the way. Showing no signs of slowing down. Colin Wilson is really like he's operating like it's a time trial right now. You're just seeing his legs churning, and he has a nice, almost a half a truck length on the others. And is well on course here. He's coming to get the bell, Colin Wilson. And even if he's slowing down, in fact, he might lap one of the entries as he comes to the bell. He goes now coming for bell. So Marlon Joseph. So Colin Wilson is coming, cruising home. With Marlon Joseph doing the honors in second place. So there is the man from Braves making his way around the track. And if you're anywhere in the Woodbrook area, you would see Colin always on his bicycle, riding to everywhere. Well, I suppose within reason, called distance, close distance to his home or his workplace. So he's always on his bike. So it's good to see that dedication paying off here at Skinner Park in San Fernando. Remember, live here on 360 TV, we're covering the Luces Brothers Memorial Cycle Classic 2025. And now we're getting ready for the Masters 60 to 69. And this is expected to be another small group, about 3 of them. And the thing with these races is the amount of lyrics that pass among them. But they're all good friends, and it's all in good fun. When you see them, they obviously, they've been here, they've done this for a number of years. They just like the camaraderie and a little competition. They're not, whether they win or not is of no real importance to them. They use this as probably exercise more for health reasons than anything else. But once they're on the track, they will give it their best efforts on the day. Sometimes it might be good enough for them to win, other times not so much, but really doesn't make a difference to them once they're able to come out here, compete, and return home safely without any injuries or ailments. But again, when you're riding and you're performing at a level like this, you are going to have a few aches and pains. That's understandable. Wayne Samuel, Walter Paul, and Earl Clifford. So they're riding to see who will get first, second, and third. They will all get prizes. So Wayne Samuel from Hummingbird International, Walter Paul from Rigtech Sonics, and Earl Clifford from South Klein, actually leading right now. Wayne Samuel from Hummingbird International in second place, and the man from Rigtech Sonics, Walter Paul, currently in third place, but they're just taking their time. And this too is a 6-lap event, so they still have, when they come back, they'll see 3 laps to go. And now we have a little kind of stepping up of the pace here, maybe just to break things up a little bit, and not really going for broke. As you see 3 laps to go, Samuel. So Walter Paul just kind of heated things up there a little bit, just to see what kind of response he was going to get. And now things are becoming a little more interesting, because Wayne Samuel seems a little bit agitated. He looks as if he wants to go, but I suppose he's just restraining himself, holding back himself there a little bit. Earl Clifford of South Clay also keeping close tabs on those in front of him. So these are Masters 60 plus here, with just about 2 laps to go when they come back. They will be coming for the bell, so you could just see things are starting to happen as they start to jockey for position. First prize is the big prize. So as they come for the bell, taking the bell here in first place is the man from Rigtech Sonics, Walter Paul, and trying his best there to hold on and to stay in touch. Wayne Samuel, Rigtech Sonics from Hummingbird International, South Clay right there. And here comes Samuel. Samuel coming over the top. So you could see Wayne Samuel there just putting his head down. Once he gets that wheel in front, that close to the line, it's difficult to catch him second, and Paul might have just held on for second place there. Just ahead of Earl Clifford of South Clay. So you see some of the other youngsters receiving their prizes. So remember, coming up in a short while, we have the Keirin final. You'll see the motorbike, or the Derny as we call it, coming onto the track for this one. We will have the 70 plus masters. Before that though, we have the ladies, juniors and the seniors in their Keirin, and the men's Keirin will follow after that. That ought to be an interesting battle. Just like the 500-meter event, the Keirin has a special place in the hearts of Trinidadians when you consider Nicholas Paul has been doing extremely well in the sprint and the Keirin events at major international races. So the 70 plus, Robert Farrell, Peter Hernandez, Nicholson Phillip, Earl Gonzalez, Clyde Polanyi, Cyril Fook from Valcrease, so the riders just taking their time. They're not pushing too much, but they got in a bell, so they're not going to let them just cruise around the track. They've put them on the line, and they've basically given them 2 laps to do their business, to do their damage. And The masters, they are off and racing here now. Cyril Fook is right there as well. So a good ride. But what a fine ride. He timed it beautifully. Didn't try to overdo it. Just got himself into a nice position. So now we should be getting the riders on the line for the women's Keirin. So the women's Keirin should be up next. The seniors and juniors in the women's Keirin. So we're looking at some of the youngsters receiving their prizes. So congratulations to all of the winners, all of them who mount the prize rostrum. That is an achievement in itself for them. So more and more prizes being distributed. So there's young Fortune, who's riding unattached, coming to receive his prize. Hines of Barbados, Da Costa Hines out of Barbados, Matthew Da Costa Hines of Barbados in third place. So again, prizes for the early riders. So Judah Neverson from JLD Cycling Academy. In third place, of course, again, Matthew da Costa Hines of Barbados Cycling Union. And riding unattached, Gabriel Fortune, the winner. And this is the men's, the 500-meter sprint. So as you notice, we're just standing by here for the Keirin events coming up. The women and the men. As we already saw the motorbike at the ready. So it's now up to the cyclists to head to the fence to start their event. The motorbike is at the ready. So just before we do that, we have a couple more prizes to hand out. So hopefully soon after the distribution of these prizes, we will have the Keirin events, the women, followed by the men. So again, we've had some pretty decent races already, but we in the second half of the show, because after the Keirin events, we will have a brief intermission, where the riders, I'm sure, will be eager to get their legs moving again, because we're going to have a second half of tonight's program. Remember, this event is taking place also on a day when the Desperados Steel Orchestra is remembering one of their own. It was on this day, back in 1985, that we lost the man with the hammer, Rudolph Charles. He was only 47 years old at the time. And he would have been 87 years this year had he lived. So we're getting ready for the ladies' Keirin final. So we should see the ladies coming to the line any minute, followed by the men. So the ladies are on the line. This is the women's Keirin final. So here comes the gurney coming around the track, and as soon as the gurney passes, the rider on the inside is going to try to hug the wheel and try to stay there as long as possible. They can't pass the gurney. So we'll see what happens. So some outstanding female riders in there. Keirin Williams, Ariel Graves, as they make their way around. Remember, the gurney will be on the track for 3.5 laps, and when the gurney exits the track, well, as they say, all hell breaks loose. As the riders just kind of getting their gear up, keeping rhythm. Again, they can't pass the gurney. Already we see the pace a little too hot for one rider. She drops off the pace, so just 5 of them really ready to sprint right now. So the gurney is coming, and they'll see 2 laps to go. The gurney exits the track, and here they go. So the riders taking their positions here now. Here they come for Bell. And immediately now they start their push for home. Keirin Williams trying to set the tone. She gets a jump here now. This is going to be interesting. I don't know if they're going to catch her, as she's opened up a nice lead. Can they catch her? I'm not sure. Showing that she is really one for the future. Keirin Williams of Vaporwake. Showing that she is really in good form at the moment. So Vaporwake Multisport leading the way with a stunning ride. Now we have the men. And this too is going to be a very interesting bunch. We saw them already in the sprint event, and many of them are back for more here. This is the one they want to win. This is the big bragging rights. The Keirin champion. Cyan Polido, I'm sure, will have a little bit of revenge on his mind after finishing second in the 500. Donnell James leading the way there. I'm sure he'll want to do the double. Remember, after this race, we will have a brief intermission, or at least we schedule to have an intermission. Whether we will, we'll wait to see. But I think they will, just to give the riders a little bit of a breather. So here comes the gurney. And away they go. Ramroop is also in the mix there. Daniel James, though, is second wheel. And that's the man they're going to be keeping their eyes on, but he will be trying to keep tabs on Zion Polidor, who is second to last at the moment, but is dangerous from that position. So, no change. James. Waiting. It's almost as if he's just waiting to sprint. So he's holding back the gap. He's holding back the pack, so to speak. They have to try to come up. They're not allowed to stay that far behind. Zion Polidor is making way as the gurney comes off the track. Polidor takes the lead, but on the inside, James is still holding him there. And now James is beginning to ease through the ways. Here he goes. This is going to be tough for them to catch up with this young man. James is coming to the bell as he goes screaming down the track. And now, can they catch him? Did he leave a little too early? In fact, it looked as if he thought that the race was actually over, but Polidor is still coming. Zion Polidor is trying. He's in third wheel right now, but it's still James. James doing his bit. He's easing up and is going to win it quite comfortably. So he won the sprint, and he's taken the Keirin as well. So Zanel James of Arima Wheelers So James certainly looks to be in incredible form at the moment. Zanel James of Arima Wheelers. Raul Garcia also put on a good show. Zion Polidor. So Zanel James, again, the man doing the business there. Raul Garcia for the second, and Zion Polidor in third place. They're going to receive their prizes, I would imagine, almost immediately with the women, and followed by the men. And then, of course, they will have a brief intermission. As we welcome you back here to Skinner Park in San Fernando, we're getting ready for the second half of today's cycling event. Of course, the Luces Brothers Cycling Classic, the Memorial Cycling Classic. As we see, the team sprint event is about to take shape. This is a very interesting race. 3 riders on the line. They're trying to produce a fast time. That's the key here. Who has the fastest time? And here we go. Also, another key is to try to stay in touch with the front wheel. Right now, the man in front is really putting pressure on the ones behind. They have to catch up to him. Try to stay in touch with him. In fact, the 2 at the back may have to work together just to stay connected, because you don't want to be strung out. The first man has finished the first lap, but look at the gap between first and second. The second man now has to really pick things up and pull his teammate along with him, which is a lot better this time around. But the man at the back, he's under a real strain because he's been sprinting now all 3 laps. Does he have anything left in the tank to drive it home with? It will be interesting what time they finish with. And you see, this is the problem. When the first man races out that fast, it puts pressure on the rest behind. And you can see this. He really doesn't have that much to come home with, but he's trying. I'm going to see the time. So it will be interesting to see what their time is. So we have team number 2 coming forward. So we have Liam Trepte, Raul Garcia, and Jada Neves. So this should be a pretty good time, but again, they have to set it up. One rider sets up the second rider, and the second rider sets up the third rider. If the first rider goes fast, he will set a fast time, but he's going to stretch his teammates, especially the third rider, and because the first rider could really negatively impact the third rider if he's not careful. So Jada Neves at the top or nearest to the fence. Raul Garcia in the middle. Real Trepte. Trepte leading them off as he goes. Again, Garcia trying to keep in touch with him. And this is more like it. They're not too strung out, although Trepte is a pretty strong rider. But Garcia is doing a good job trying to keep pace. Garcia is now the one trying to push it. He's trying to set it up nicely here for Jada Neves. Neves in a good position. He's nicely tucked in there, taking all the draft, allowing his teammate to do the work for him, and now he gets a chance to really explode here. As he gets the bell, let's see, this is the team sprint here now. Let's see the time that he can produce. Can he come home, drive it home? And this is where the lactic acid builds up, and you're really, as they say, riding on fumes by now. So let's see what happens. Here's Arnold James is out there. Ramroop is also in the mix. So we haven't heard the time just yet. So it's going to be interesting. This could be the fastest time, but I don't have... .195 is the time to beat. So here they go. So Zarnell Hughes is way off the pace here. He's gonna have to worry. Arima Wheelers, James has everything to do here now because he's way off the back wheel of his teammate, but he closes fast and he puts himself now into a good position. So he's just going to right through the line and take it over from there. As he goes, Ramroop gives way. And there goes Zarnell James trying to beat the 195 as set by team number 2, Neves, Garcia, and Trepte. He's always a smooth ride. Doesn't look like he's moving fast, but he does cover a lot of ground. He has this groping style of his. He's just snatching the earth from under him. So James already won both sprints tonight, the 500 and the Keirin. And they're trying to beat the 195 set by team 2, Neves, Garcia, and Trepte. One minute, 9.34 seconds. They are the winners. They are the fastest team here this evening. Neptune, James, and Ramroop, or Neptune, Ramroop, and James in that order. 1 minute, 9.34 seconds. Better in the 1 minute, 9.5 seconds set by Neves, Garcia, and Trepte. So congratulations to them in the team sprint event, the first event after the intermission. And now we have the ladies, seniors, and juniors as they get ready for their 500 meter or 1.5 laps around the track. We saw the men earlier, and we're going to see the women do their business. And this is going to be a final. I don't think this is an elimination based on the numbers. So this might very well be a final for them. So what a ride we just saw there from the team sprint. And I've always said Trinidad and Tobago really could field a good time trial team. They can do a good sprint team at Pan Am's and at Worlds. And so I really wish that every time and even at the Olympic Games, if we can qualify a team there. It will take work. It doesn't just come naturally like that. We could see gaps in the technique of these riders and the timing of these riders, but I want to believe if they're able to work together and work out the kinks, we could produce some really solid teams. In fact, I think if we were to add one of these riders to the team of our top 2 Olympians, and I don't know if at this stage in his career, if he's even thinking along those lines, but we have seen him make a return to the track lately. The Olympian who was off the track for a bit, but he's coaching now, so maybe that is where his focus is. But it was good to see him back racing not too long ago. Jacine Phillips, I'm talking about. Picture a team of Jacine Phillips working along with Paul and Green, or certainly Trinidad and Tobago can produce. And you probably, if you're going to do a sprint team, you probably need a group of about 5 or maybe even 6 riders who can work together at big international meets. So even if one rider, say, has a sprint event, an individual sprint event, and you want to plug and place, you could pull in one of the other riders and not lose anything because they've been working together as a unit. And so that way, you always have something. So you have Kwesi Brown, or you have Nicholas Paul, and maybe if you have a Jacine Phillips, or maybe one of the other young riders that you may want to be grooming to take over in the not too distant future. So you invest in 1 or 2 younger riders and see what gives. And I really believe if Trinidad and Tobago can really afford an exercise like that, I feel we can qualify a sprint team to the Olympic Games. We probably could do that almost every Olympics, because you just see, it just seems Trinidad and Tobago has been able to produce a cadre of world-class sprinters over the years, and it just continues even now. And like I said, with the exposure, who knows, the sky is the limit. But we're looking at the ladies getting ready now for their event. They're getting ready for their 500 sprint, 1.5 laps. So Ronald Peters in the black there, making sure that the riders followed all the instructions. So is the race commissaire. Ronald Peters himself, a former cyclist. I suppose he still rides. His son, who was a strong goalkeeper at the intercol level for St. Mary's College, Michael Peters, is also an ardent cyclist, taken after his father. And you would see how sport runs in the family, because his mother was Cheryl Peters, the national netball captain that that shared the world netball title some years ago right here at the Jean Pierre Complex. So here they go, the women's 500 meters. Again, Vapor Wake doing it great. They come for the sprint, they come for the bell. So Vapor Wake and Arima Wheelers duping it out, but not too far behind, trying to make a nuisance there. Who can hold? Can she come through? They open on the inside. She could actually pass on the inside, and she does. Well, well, well. Talk about a miscalculation there. They left the door open on the inside, and she just, did she ride off the track? I suppose the race commissaires are going to have to take a look at that. But it's like they left the door open, and she just helped herself to it. But I'm sure they will, no doubt, take a look and to see if she was on the track, if she had gone under that blue line. But what a ride. What a ride. So we just had a wonderful sprint. Now we have the youth developers coming. The under sevens, always a fun event for them. But again, it's just about planting the seeds for these youngsters. Now earlier they had given a handicap but I'm not sure if they're going to do this a similar thing this time around. However, these riders they look keen to get started. And unfortunately, we have a withdrawal. Probably just not feeling well. So, look like we have 4 on the line in this one. So here they go, that's the bell, so there's 1 lap they're going. See, there is a little bit of a handicap, but they gobble him up quickly. And the race is on. Again, showing a tremendous turn of speed. Look at how comfortable he looks on the bike. Maintaining good lines. He's coming home now again, still driving to the line to win comfortably again. And so the lone female in the race coming home. So quickly they're at the line again. So we're looking at these youngsters. Again, we saw them earlier. They're back for more. For some of them, this might be their final race of the day. So they'll want to do well here. They already received prizes, some of them. And they want more. There we go. Madonna Wheelers. Rick Sonics trying to cruise away with this one. Precious Sunilal. So these youngsters certainly showing off their capabilities. Renee Tit, Abigail Tit, showing that they are improving all the time. So Rima Wheelers again, Lake Lowell, showing that there will be no mercy. So yet again, Lake Lowell cruising home. And Darian Prince also in the mix. Boys under 9. Vaporwake, Darian Prince also in the mix. But Lake Lowell of Arima Wheelers really showing that he is another one to watch. I suppose it helps when you have an Olympian in your midst. Everybody wants to develop and to follow the same path that he followed, and this is where I think Quincy Brown is so important to the Arima Wheelers stable of riders. They look up to him. They knew he was a BMXer, and he kind of grew and grew and grew and grew and worked hard, and now he's an Olympian, 2-time Olympian at that. So they obviously would love to follow in his footsteps and maybe bring home a medal for Trinidad and Tobago someday. So now we go up to the 11. So there's the start. The young ladies. Madonna Wheelers. Anne-Marie Ragbir, Zariah Alexander, Ashley Sunhon, Nimblet Francis, and Ram Singh. They're all in the mix there. But holding steady. To take bell. Rick Texonics veering down there. They're not going to let this one go in a Tyler Tit. Or rather, trying to make sure that in the big zip, Melody Ram Singh is there. But somehow she can't hold it. Madonna Wheeler's coming to the line. Madonna Wheeler's Melody Ramsing second, but what a ride there. So again, you could just see the quality of some of these youngsters. These are the under 11 girls, and what a ride there. You saw the experience already starting to show. And Madonna Wheelers very comfortably. Lashane Nimblet and Ashley Suhan and Zariah Alexander all showing great promise, as of course is Melody Ramsing of Rick Texonic. In the under 11 girls, now we take the boys. Aiden Garcia, Luke Lowell, Jeremy Boudou, Zidane Kyrie Julian, Bedane Bouduram, Tyler Tit, Kyrie Julian, Seth Alexander Smith, and Terry Guevara. So they're in a two-lapper. Again, if Luke Lowell has recovered, he could also factor in here. But this is not going to be easy. The others are probably primed and waiting. So 2 laps to go. Aiden Garcia and Luke Lowell from Arima Wheelers trying to position themselves. Not really going flat out. Again, you could see the experience in some of these riders already. They know how to time their races. They're being coached by seasoned coaches. I'm so sure they're getting good instruction. Here we go now. Rick Texonics to the front. Seth Alexander Smith. And here they come. They just go on past him now. But Vapor Wake is going to take it. Trying their best here now. Tariq Guevara pushing to the line. So Vapor Wake takes it from Awima Wheelers. So again, Vapor Wake, one of the relatively new clubs, but certainly, as they say, punching above their weight. Almost every meet that in which they participate, the results keep getting better and better. Of course, they might have disappointment sometimes, but You may not win all your races, but the important thing is that these youngsters understand what it takes to win, and of course also to understand that they may not win every time, but the process is what is so crucial to them. You have to learn to do the same things over and over and over until you it becomes second nature to you, and it's a grind. The shortcut methods don't ever work. So it's putting in the hard yards, even at a young age, and understanding that what you put into it is what you're going to get out. And if you put the miles in, your legs will respond when you need it to. So now we can move up to the under 13s. Scarlett Thorne, Annalise Watson, Annalie Titt, Mia Ballantyne, the Maya Prince. So here we go. So, as 5 of them move it around, Scarlett Thorne from Arima Wheelers on the outside. She's closely marked. She's trying to pace herself. She's not trying to do too much early. Rictech Sonics right out in front. Scarlett Thorne just sort of biding her time as they come around, and they're going to see Bell. And so how can the others respond now? Scarlett Thorne is starting to chew up the track as she goes up the back straight away now, and she's taking the others with her as she goes. But here comes Rictech Sonics trying hard. Scarlett Thorne trying to hold on here, but this is going to be a serious push here now. Scarlett Thorne not giving up, and she's going to win it. Again, the under 13 girls, a good effort coming there from Rictech Sonic. But Scarlett Thorne is a seasoned campaigner now. She's very powerful, and you could see the experience there. She didn't try to go too fast, too early, and just kind of sort of bided her time and waited for when the time was right to make a move. And she made a decisive move at that, and clobbered the leader, and then put her nose in front, never to be caught again. So the boys under 13, now they will come to the line. They have a fairly big bunch. In fact, this is one of the largest groups. So also, again, reminding you that we're live here at Skinner Park in San Fernando. If you're just joining us, you've missed some outstanding races earlier. And a young man by the name of Zanel James has really crowned himself in glory, winning the men's 500 sprint, and then returning to take the Keirin event subsequently. And then, of course, he was also part of the team sprint that clocked a very solid 1.934 seconds, working along with Neptune, Ramroop, and just edging out the trio of Neves, Garcia, and Trepte. So this young man is certainly in a very rich vein of form. Zanel James from Arima Wheelers. So everybody is going in this one. In the earlier race, they had heats. But here, They're all going together. So this is another 2-lap event for these under 13 boys. Sakiri Awai Dayat, David Ragbear, Chris Solomon Modest, Jaheim Jarvis, Liam McNish, Kai Hercules, Ricardo Tit, Kyan Lemasi as they take bell. Isaac Beard is there. Rigtech Sonic with a host of riders out there. Rian Shepard, Rigtech Sonics leading the way. Rian Shepard continues to stroll around the track here, not to be caught, as he is going to make it home, much to the delight of the Rigtech Sonic faithful and that camp. Pretty close finish for second and third as well. So again, Rigtech Sonics with a fairly large contingent in this race. In fact, there are 5 riders in that one. So as we close out the youth development segment, we're getting ready for the ladies, Tiny Mites and Juveniles, and they're scheduled to do 6 laps. You can see the ladies already on the railing, just awaiting final instructions. They're going to push off from the fence. So I think they're just trying to make sure that they have the numbers. So 10 of them facing the starters. So Tiny Mites and Juvenile ladies. Maria Martinez, Krista Marie Julia and Tyra Tit, Melina Lopez, Kylie Young, Kamaya Julian, Ella Marie Young also part of the action. As they make their way around the track. And I suppose as you look at these ladies, these are the ones who just left the BMX segment or the youth development programs. The Tiny Mites, they are the next wave, so they get to ride big bikes now. But just look at how they're handling the bunch racing, and that is a testament to their own development and their concentration. Because when you ride in a bunch race like that, not many people are comfortable riding in a bunch race like that, especially when the sprint starts. And you kind of, that's when you separate the men from the boys or the women from, from the girls. And some riders try to ride from the front. It's not the easiest thing to do because you're like it's like a bullseye on your back. As they just take turns here now. Melina Lopez. But keeping close to Ritech Sonic and Valkyries also in the mix. Raiders also not giving up. Vapor Wake, again, nicely positioned. But when the rush starts, you will have to try to avoid that inside lane. Sometimes you get boxed in there. And when that happens, it's a long way to get back out on the outside. So you want to, if you're going to be on the inside, you want to stay in front on the inside and close that door. We saw earlier, they just left the door open, and the rider that was in third place just had a straight liner to the finish and might have just won it. If she didn't ride off the track, she would have won the event. So now they get bell, and again, they're off to the races once more. Now we're looking at the racing here, coming out in front. South Lane. And Madonna Wheeler's also coming up trump there. Kamaya Julian showing that she is ready for the big times. So now we're getting ready for the event number 30. I think this will be the juniors who are getting ready. The Elite 2. So juniors, Elite 1 and 2. Getting ready to race. They may race them together. The Elite 3 riders will be the ones on the track next. Again, we didn't have too many of them earlier. And of course, Madonna Wheelers will have their cycling event next weekend. So as the clubs are the ones driving the development part of proceedings. You see more prizes being presented here to our winners. There's the start, just 3 of them. Sanjeev Sunilal, Josiah Williams, and John Kian Sutim are the 3 riders on the track at the moment. Sutim from Madonna Wheelers, Sunilal from Ritech Sonics, and Josiah Williams from Valkyries. He's in third position right now, the man from Valkyries. Madonna Wheeler's in second position, and right up on top there, Valkyries, Josiah Williams. So here they go, they get bell. And immediately the man from Valkyries, Josiah Williams, decides he's had enough of the mucking around and he isn't going to wait. He is gone, cruising to the finish line now, coming home to win on a canter. And winning ahead of Sutim from Madonna Wheelers and Sanjeev Sunilal of Rictech Sonics filling third place. And again, a well-timed ride there from Williams. Didn't try to do too much at the first lap, but once he got the bell, he made his move, and a decisive move at that. The others couldn't keep up with him. So he sped away for a nice medal. All three of them would get prizes, but he wasn't taking any chances. He wanted that first prize. So congratulations to him. And of course, he put his club in a nice position. So Valkyries pick up yet another victory. So that was the category 3 race. So after the ladies, we go into the mixed race, the juniors, elite 1 and 2, and juniors. So that would be the next big event. That ought to be a fast race. How many? 9 laps? So even though it's one of the longer races, because of the quality of the riders, actually this might be an elimination race. Yep. So the bigger the bunch, more eliminations we're going to get. We wait to see what the numbers look like. Because if you're combining the juniors with the elites 1 and 2, you could get a fairly sizable bunch. And that should make for an interesting ride. Of course, remember, Trinidad and Tobago has a team at the Pan Am Championships where our top female riders are also in attendance. Tennille Campbell is out there doing her bit to keep the TNT flag flying, even though she isn't contracted to a team in Europe. And this is the mayor doing his... He wasn't here for the opening earlier, but I'm sure he is taking this opportunity to welcome everyone and to thank them for supporting cycling here at Arima. Robert Paris, or at Skinner Park, I should say. Robert Paris, the mayor of San Fernando. Expressing his pleasure at being here at this event in 2025. And I suppose when they were refurbishing Skinner Park, he would have envisioned occasions like this to justify the spend in refurbishing Skinner Park, so that all of the people of San Fernando and by extension South Central Trinidad, as well as all of Trinidad and Tobago, can come and use the facility, compete, and compete well. every time they visit this facility here. Like I said, it's a multi-event facility. We had a number of carnival events here. And of course, sporting events will continue. So we see the riders taking off, and the guys are bolting early, not taking any chances. So not a big bunch. So just 6 of them. So we'll see how they set themselves up. Now you could do one of 2 things with a group like this. So round and round they go. I'm wondering if they've set them on an unknown distance, because guys just have to be at the ready for when the bell comes. Still no bell, and no one is being eliminated, so so they have 2 more laps, so they will come around here now for the penultimate lap, and when they come back, they'll get the bell. So this would have been a 6-lap event for these riders as they jockey for positions now, because they know the bell is coming. So Ramroop is the one leading them out. Can they catch him? It doesn't look so. Ramroop seems to have this all sewn up. Another big, strong ride. He already won the sprint title, and now he adds the 6-lap event. And making it look so easy. What a good ride it is for him. So another fine ride there. So now it's up to the others to put their hands up and be counted. So you see some of the youngsters receiving their prizes once more. Busy for them, but they don't mind, especially if they have to stay up late to receive a prize. They'll be more than happy, and plus they have a long weekend, so guys could sleep all day tomorrow. And the parents are probably thinking that might be the best thing for them, but little do they know that these youngsters have so much energy, they're probably going to be up first thing in the morning asking them to take them training or something. Look at the youngsters. This is where you see the most cameras, the most phones, because all the parents, all the coaches, they want to get a shot of these youngsters on the prize rostrum. So you see more youngsters receiving their prizes. Again, another quick start. So this is another 6-lap event. When they come back, they're coming back for 5. Triptych. So as you see, the riders pushing on here quickly. And they're just taking turns at the front here now. Susanna James is in there. Raul Garcia, some distance behind. So can they close the gap here now? They're running out of laps to do so. But they're trying to steadily bring things back. But what they need up front is another attack. And these two out front are going to have to work together. There's one man in no man's land. Triptych is kind of out on his own. So they come for the bell here now. This should be interesting. Jaden Neves is going to win this one. Jaden Neves showing his strength here and collecting a big win. Triptych was right there with him, and it looks like it's the youngster out of Barbados who would have been filling 3rd place. And we have our ladies, seniors and juniors. They originally was scheduled to go 12 laps. We'll see if the ladies will do a 12-lapper. So we've seen some of the under 13 girls receiving their prizes. So the under 13 boys. Ricardo Titt of Rigtech Sonics in 2nd position. Or Shepherd of Rigtech Sonics. Shepherd won this on a canter out front. So we have juniors and senior ladies getting ready for their big event. I'm sure this is one that they're looking forward to because this is their last event of the evening. So comfortable victory again for the young shepherd. So we only just seen some of the ladies now making their way to the fence to start their event. So again, this is the Richter Sonics remembering two of their favorite sons, Kent and Noah Luces, two former national cyclists, two outstanding gentlemen, great coaches, and just all round superstars of local cycling, no longer with us, but still living on through an event like this one, because they touched the lives of so many during their time on earth with us. And it's only fitting that the club that they helped build and bring to prominence remembers them even as they're no longer with us. The Richter Sonics remembers the Luces brothers with this Memorial Cycling Classic event. We see Madonna Wheelers, Arima Wheelers, with their two female riders in the frame. Junior and senior ladies. This is event number 32, a 12 lapper. Actually, it's been reduced to a 5-lap event, so they have 4 to go as they come along. Alexia Wilson, Adelgian Sutim, Madonna Wheelers, Renelle Bernard of Arima Wheelers, Vapor Week, also represented here. Kyra Williams of Vapor Week leading the way. Still holding the lead. Nobody is yet trying to change things too much. Cassidy Samaru. Now we're starting to see a little bit of action here now as Kyra Williams comes under pressure from the Arima Wheelers duo. They're trying to box her in. So Arima Wheelers, but here she comes, Kyra Williams from Vapor Week, making it look oh so easy as she shook off the two Arima Wheelers riders to come home impressively Alexa Wilson and co not able to stay with Kyra Williams. And again, these events are all the kind of like build-up events to the big one on Easter weekend when they have the annual Easter Grand Prix. I'm not sure, but I know maybe the first 2 nights are here, and then the third and final night at the Velodrome, or maybe 1 night here and 2 at the Velodrome. We have to wait and see, because the Carifta swimming is also at the aquatic center right next to the Velodrome, and that is over 4 days. So we wait to see how they manage that facility. It's a big compound, but it will be interesting to see that. And of course, they will also be competing with the track and field for Carifta. So we have both Carifta track and field and Carifta swimming in Trinidad this year. And of course, because it's Easter weekend, we also have the Easter Grand Prix of cycling. So we have a full schedule. The Mondo track at the Hasely Crawford Stadium is being relayed, and Jamaica has just relayed their track. They now have a green track. It was blue before, now it's green. And the annual Boys and Girls track event, the 4 days of track and field for their high school students, is underway as we speak, and already we've had some pretty fast times. Yep, it's one of the biggest events, if not the biggest event in Jamaica, the Boys and Girls Championships. Coaches from all over the world visit to recruit future stars, and all of Jamaica's top athletes have passed through the Boys and Girls program, so they have that experience. They're accustomed running in front of big crowds, and they're accustomed competing at a high level from a young age. So it really helps them and helps them well. Here we have a flyer early. So as they zoom around the track, so the cadence is pretty tough here. The pace is on. These riders giving it everything. So they come around now, 2 laps to go here. Isaiah Sober is there with the juveniles, right there in the mix. And of course, Arima Wheelers, Liam Lowell also hoping. They're probably not in the ideal position. They're being shadowed right now by the riders, but the attack is coming over the top, and here comes the bell. So it's so important to be aware of what is happening around you, and now they have to go from front to back, so they got to do this the hard way to try to come over, and it's probably too late for Arima Wheelers. But look at what is happening at the top here. This is a push to the line, and who is it going to be? Yo! Christian Alfred again showing that he has what it takes. Christian Nelson, rather, from Vapor Wake Multisport, getting up just in time. So Christian Nelson from Vaporwake. Again, this club continues to impress, producing some outstanding young riders, loads of potential. So now we have the Masters, 40 to 49 and 50 to 59. So now we're getting ready for the Masters category. The 40 to 49 and 50 to 59 would have been merged. Colin Wilson bolted the last time. And it's going to be interesting to see if they allow him to do a similar thing this time around. But he has company this time. They're not letting him get away quite so easily. And this is a 5-lap event. So they'll come back to see 3 laps to go here now. So Colin Wilson back in front now, but he has company this time around. They're not letting him get away like he did earlier, and he won on a canter. He's going to have to dig deeper this time. In fact, he may have to sprint, which is not really his cup of tea, because the pace has dropped significantly now. So all of a sudden, the race heats up. They're coming for the bell now. So things are starting to happen. Wilson under some pressure here. He has work to do. Can he catch up? Royden Bacchus is doing his bit here to stay in front. I don't think Wilson is going to catch him. And here comes Royden Bacchus of Raiders Cycle Club. Colin Wilson filling second place. So again, Brian and Stephen Backus of Rictech Sonics trying to do their bit there, but of course, Colin Wilson doing his utmost to stay in front there, but Ansel Roberts was having none of it here, so a bit of change of fortunes, if you know what I mean, for Colin Wilson, although he has a first and a second to his name, so I think he would be happy with that. The drive back to Port of Spain would be an enjoyable one, pleasant one. So we continuing with the Masters category. The Masters 60 to 69, Wayne Samuel, Walter Paul, and Earl Clifford. So the Masters 60 to 69. This is the, as they say, the awesome threesome as they start to jockey for position. They have 5 laps to settle themselves. Wayne Samuel from Hummingbirds just keeping an eye on proceedings there. Walter Paul from Rictech Sonics leading them around this lap. And keeping in touch there is Earl Clifford from South Clean. He now goes to the front. Not really racing, just kind of momentum took him to the front as the others went high on the bank. So just like that, the positions have changed. But again, nobody's trying to pull away. They know that they still have quite a few laps to go. Maybe when they were younger, they would have bolted. Right now, it's all about finishing the race more than anything else. So now they're starting to hot things up just a little bit. Walter Paul trying to see if he could burn some legs here. But keeping a close tab on him is Wayne Samuel in the Hummingbird colors, the yellow on the inside or in second wheel right now. And high up on the bank, we see Clifford from South Clean just holding steady on top there. So now all 3 of them have gone high up as they see 2 laps to go as they go around the southern end. But as they make their way up the back straightaway, it's Wayne Samuel who has just edged ahead. No pace just yet. And I use the word pace guardedly. Let's just say things will get a little frenetic just now. And but nobody is prepared to move just yet. So they're going to come to the bell at a very casual pace. So here they come now. All of a sudden, everybody wants to sprint. They feel they've saved their legs long enough. This is their final ride of the evening. Hey, let's lay it on the line. And just moving off there, Earl Clifford, or rather Walter Paul, but coming under pressure there. Wayne Samuel is trying to fight back. Wayne Samuel is saying, no way, Jose, you're going to have to earn this one. And Samuel comes up and takes it just ahead of Walter Paul, with Earl Clifford this time having to settle for third place. So another fun event there for them. So we should be seeing, we're getting close to the end here now. So we're going to have another interesting race here. We have the Tiny Mites to do their 6-lap event, and then we have the open and invitational categories 1 juniors, categories 1 and 2, plus the juniors, and it's the winners of, it's the top 3 from those categories, the top 3 from category 1, the top 3 from category 2, and the top juniors. So should make for an interesting ride. And they will be going something like 30 laps to bring the curtain down here after the Tiny Mites do their do their 5-lap event. So let's see what the Tiny Mites have to offer. They're going five laps. Trying to maybe steal a match early on here from Hummingbirds International, Tyler Lafourcade. But of course, they're not allowing anybody to get away so easily. Jonathan Henry from Richter Sonics Valkyries. Elijah Green Jr. is the one to beat. Of course, Shane James of Arima Wheelers. Normally would be putting his. So we see 2 laps to go. So again, nobody has moved just yet. Actually, these are the Masters 70 plus. I clean forgot them. Because, of course, Clyde Pollinaire is the one leading them out. But here they go now. Things change rather quickly as the bell has been taken. And how has this changed and changed dramatically. So again, from almost out of nowhere, Cyril Fouk has just blown them away in impressive fashion. Again, he just kind of sat there, didn't do much, and then had the legs to just scream around the track and take it in impressive fashion. Now we're going to get the Tiny Mites coming to the line. And this will be followed by the curtain event. So again, in that curtain event, Elite 1, 2, and Juniors, the top 3 in that category. If you want to race today, or you're finished second or third, and you're in category 1, 2, or Juniors category, you are eligible to ride in that curtain event. Right now, we're looking at the Tiny Mites as they get ready to face the starters. So again, I'm sure the parents, most if not all of them, would have been happy to have seen their charges perform, and would have given them encouragement to continue the good works. And again, not everybody's going to win every meet at every meet. The important thing is to compete well and to try to pick up as many points as possible for your club. So we see 5 riders on the fence. And they get the whistle to send them on their way. Shane James, Adiosi Lewis, Tyler Lafourcade, Jedutham Henry, and Elijah Green Jr. He's the man to beat. Once again, he sped away from them early on. And so they're hoping that they can keep him under wraps. Kylie So the riders just easing themselves around the track. Nobody has moved just yet. 5 laps, they're probably pacing themselves. And but the other riders are, as they say, between a rock and a hard place. Somebody's going to have to make a move, because Elijah Green is probably the dominant sprinter. So if it comes down to a sprint, chances are he is likely to win that. The problem, if they leave too early, is that they may not have the legs to see it all the way to the line in first place. So you really have to take a calculated risk. Do you sit and wait to sprint when you know that Green is a superior sprinter? Or do you try to leave a little bit earlier and see if you can't get away? Or they may not follow you initially, and by the time they realize what is happening, you're long gone. But but in a short race, like 5 laps, that's unlikely to happen. They're going to keep tabs on you. In fact, they're coming for the bell now, and here goes Green from way up on top. He has bolted again, and this is going to be tough for them to try to rope him in. He is too strong and too quick as he goes flying down the back straightaway, and is going to come around that final bend, cruising home to win another race and to win it impressively once again. So what a fantastic ride there by Elijah Green Jr. Adios to Lewis, Tyler Lafoucade. All having to kind of just watch and see Green just cruise away with the win. Not much they could do about it because he is so strong. And I was just making that point. You can't wait for him to sprint because you're pretty much lost if you just sit there and wait. So the strategy, they're going to have to do a rethink as a collective. How are they going to counter the power and the speed of Elijah Green Jr.? Well, that might be for next weekend because we've come to the curtain event here this evening. Once again, we want to thank you for being a part of our coverage here on 360 TV. It's the Rigtech Sonics honoring of 2 of their favorite sons, Kent and Noah Luces, of the Luces Brothers Memorial Cycle Classic here at Skinner Park in San Fernando. A very appreciative crowd coming out to support the riders. And now they're waiting for the curtain event here this evening. Again, we invite you to stay with us here on 360 TV. We have cricket as of Wednesday. The regional 4-day championships continues. Trinidad and Tobago in a good position to possibly win it all after that commanding performance against Barbados when they bowled them out for, was it 86 on the opening day? And then when you thought that Barbados would fight back, it was Trinidad and Tobago who did the honors with the bat, posted a decent total, and then bowled them out cheaply in their second turn at the crease to win by an innings. So a comprehensive victory for Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the Barbados was supposed to be their biggest threat, but now Guyana kind of represents that biggest threat scenario once again. And so we'll see how Trinidad and Tobago pulls up in this one. Can they turn back, win their next 2 games, and then put it beyond doubt? Because you know Guyana is going to come hard. And you also anticipate that Barbados will look to rebound, although they won't have the services of Kemar Roach, who is off to Surrey yet again. This will be his 5th season at Surrey, even though I think he's only contracted to play 4 games. But by the time he plays those 4 games, the regional championships would have been over. But it is surprising that they've only contracted him for part of the campaign. I don't think Kemar Roach plays any T20 cricket or much T20 cricket anyway. So I'm almost certain he would be available for the season with them if they so choose. But I suppose for now, he's only contracted for the 4 games. Jaden Seals is also back in England as well. And Trinidad and Tobago, in fact, have 2 fast bowlers who are playing their trade in the English County Championship. One in Division 2 and the other in Division 1. So, and we all saw how the last season, that stint in the county championship, helped Jaden Seals with his development, and especially with his accuracy and his whole mechanics, his methods of working batsmen out has improved exponentially. So you would hope a similar thing would happen, or more of the same would happen with him, Phillips, and even Kemar Roach, so that when they come back to the West Indies team, it's pretty sustained fast bowling for the West Indies. So we'll see what happens. But right now we're focusing on the curtain event, a 25-lap event to close things off here tonight. Remember, this is for categories 1 and 2 plus juniors, and it's the top three who would have won tonight in those categories: category 1, category 2, and category 3. It's probably not as big a field as we anticipated. So just 8 of them have taken entry. So 25 laps to go. And they have preems. We think it's $300 for the winner of this lap, hence the reason why riders are sprinting early. So $300 for the winner of the first lap. And it looked like Trepte is going to take this one. So Liam Trepte pockets $300. And when you put the preems in the race, it helps to speed up the race, because guys will sprint for the prize. So let's see. Polido is right there, Zion Polido. Just biding his time there. In second position right now. Hasn't done as much or as well as one would have anticipated. But again, sometimes you don't know what riders are going through. They may be working on specifics. They haven't really tapered off just yet. So the speed just isn't there, but they're doing a lot of base work. So $100 for the winner of the next lap. Let's see if they will sprint for that $100. Trepte would probably want to add that to his $300 that he won earlier. So Jaden Neves takes the $100. So again, the field is fairly well sprung out now. Big gaps all over the place. Neves and Polido just keeping things together. When they come back around, they'll see 19 laps to go. So we have another preem. Is it a voucher from PSA? So no value attached to it, but I'm sure it's substantial. And here we go again. Neves again pocketing this one. And he keeps going. When they come back, they'll see 17 laps to go. Trepte right in second wheel there, just keeping things tight, keeping a close tab. Zion Polido also not working very hard, just kind of sitting there. I'm sure he's probably setting himself up for this one. I'm sure you'd love to end on a high. So it's really 5 in that main bunch. That's the peloton. So the main bunch, 5 of them, still tucked in there. So another PSA voucher for the winner of the next lap. And things are really hotting up now. Polido is in trouble. He is going backwards right now. And he's going up on the bank. So, 4 of them now. Neves again. So far, Neves have had 3 lap prizes. Trepte won the first one for $300. So 5 has come down to 4 because Zion Polido has sat up. So when they come back, they'll see 12 laps to go. So they're at about the halfway stage right now. So Trepte makes a move, probably trying to see if he could sneak away. But the bunch is right there. They're not having any of that, not at this stage. And by this time, even though they're tired, they also in form as well. So another voucher from PSA on offer for the winner of the next lap. And there goes Neves again, but he has company. They're going to have to sprint for this one. It's Trepte, who is probably tired of Neves winning, so he has decided he's going to pocket something as well. So those two have won all of the preems in the race so far. And now not only have they won, but they have opened up a gap on the others and may very well dispute first and second if the others can't seem to pick it up. So it's Trepte from Neves. So $50 to the winner of the next lap. So is it going to be Neves? Is Trepte going to just let him cruise over the line and take it? As they come to the line, they'll see 8 laps to go, and it's going to be Neves who is going to add $50. So again, these two. Well, they've offered a voucher should the ones at the back catch the front two, But it doesn't seem that our voucher is incentive enough for them to probably go in the red and try to catch them at this stage. 7 laps to go as this second pair comes around. They don't seem too interested. In fact, the front two are gaining on them and may very well lap them by the next time they come around. So another preem. This time Trepte is leading Neves. So Liam Trepte from Jaden Neves, and Neves again showing good strength, good determination, and he's probably looking to bolt here now. If Trepte can't connect, it's race over. And here he goes. They have lapped the other two, and Trepte is trying to hang on there, trying to reconnect with Neves. Neves is pushing. As he keeps going, Trepte has roped him in. 4 laps to go. So Neves is probably going to do a little recovery here now. Trepte has to be smart. He too probably needs to recover a little bit because he spent a lot of time trying to rope him in. But how much did it take out of him? That's the big question. 3 laps to go, and Neves doesn't look like he's slowing down at all. Trepte opens up and then watches him cruise by on the inside, but he's staying in touch. Trepte coming for 2 laps to go. So this is going to be interesting here. They come for the bell, rather. This is the bell. Oh, is it a preem? So it's a preem for this lap. It's not the bell lap. This is the preem lap. So who wins this is going to get the prize, but will they win the race? And if you look at it here now, it's going to be interesting here. They come for the bell. So $350. Trepte trying to hold off Neves. He's trying to get him to go the long way around. Neves trying to go past him. Can he get around? Trepte is trying to keep him high, but it looks like it's a mute case as Jaden Neves to the line. Jaden Neves wins the curtain event here, 25 laps, and did it impressively. Not only has he won the overall, he has picked up most of the preems. Both himself and Liam Trepte dominated the race. In fact, they've won all of the preems. And if we had given them the prize, if they connected with the ones behind, if they lapped the bunch, they would have won that as well. But here is the man, Jaden Neves. So congratulations to Jaden Neves and to all of the other winners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of our coverage here at Skinner Park in San Fernando as we continue our coverage of cycling here on 360 TV. Thanks to the organizers, the Rigtech Sonics Cycle Club, and of course honoring the memory of their 2 heroes, the Luces brothers, and of course to the Cycling Federation, their officials, for making it possible. And this is one of the few cycling events that I have covered for so many years where there wasn't one spill. Not even in the Tiny Mite races, so that is a good thing. And we hope that continues for many, many more events, including next weekend when Madonna Wheelers will have their event. And we'll let you know if 360 TV will be a part of that coverage next Saturday at the Arima Velodrome, and so we can look forward to that as well. But of course, we'll have cricket in midweek coming to you as both on 360 TV and of course on Flow, so you could make a pick where you want to watch your cricket action. But we will be covering that for you at 2 different venues in Trinidad and 2 abroad as well. So we have you covered as far as the regional championships, the 4-day championships are concerned. I'm Ruskin Mark. On behalf of the entire team, of course, Jason Prasad, my producer, is here with me. We thank you, and we look forward to your company here with us on 360 TV.